Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my painting studio. So hope you'll hang out with me today. We're going to make something beautiful. So I typically paint a lot of ice cream. And so what I'm going to show you today is my many hours long process of painting ice cream. So it's not something that I'm going to be able to finish in one session, but I'm going to show you how I build up the layers. I work in acrylic. These are some in the background here that I have. I'll say maybe 80, 90% of the way finished. So they're really detailed. Let's see if I can get them shot. Really detailed for this drumstick one, but it's still not quite done. And I have a couple others here. This one, I am going to use, I have pretzels and caramel over vanilla ice cream. So we're going to try to build up some of the layers and just see how it goes. And I work with really tiny brushes, really tiny watercolor brushes, because I want to make sure that I don't like texture on my paintings. So I like to really try to get everything very even. And if I try to use the rough brushes that they sell you at the store, that's just not going to work for me. Um, so yeah, so I like to use watercolor brushes. And the way I have my setup here, I'll show you real quick, is if you work in acrylic, there's a really good book that's called Acrylic, the Watercolor Alternative, and that is where I learned to use this. I don't use my acrylics like watercolor, but I do use this setup. And so you just take some paper towels and you roll them up, you wet them, wring it out, and then you can put your paint on there. And when you do that, it will keep your paint wet all day long. So it's a really good way to keep your paint lasting for you. And then what I do is I use acrylic medium. So this is a satin glazing medium from Golden Acrylics, and I put it in this little condiment cup. And these are really great, actually. You know, you can get a whole bunch of these online, and they have these little lids. So they will last for me for a couple painting sessions, and it makes it really convenient to put on my palette. So I have one for that, and then I also put my water in a little one here. So everything is very convenient on my palette. I use palette paper, and that makes it really easy for me to mix my colors, mix my glaze in. I mix glaze with all of the paint that I use. And that helps to build a really structurally sound painting. So if you're familiar with acrylics at all, I see a lot of artists who actually um, they will water down their acrylics way too much. If you water down your acrylics, not only does it create a structurally unsound painting, meaning that eventually it could flake off, but it doesn't actually create even the same what do I want to say? The light passes through the paint in a much better way when it's all bound together with this. So this is basically acrylic medium like this is basically acrylic paint without tint. So if you think of it that way, it does thin it out. It makes it last a little bit longer, stay open a little bit longer so that you can, I don't quite blend, but you can see that it's workable a little bit longer. And so it's a really good thing if you want to build structurally sound acrylic paintings. So what I do is I take these little watercolor brushes, and I'm just going to use this one that's quite tiny. These are Princeton synthetic sable watercolor brushes. And I'm just going to take a little bit of paint. What I've done here is this is a very rough layout of my ice cream. And so this is about a half a day to a day's worth of work. And all I've done is kind of create what I call midtones in here. So midtones are um, establishing for me, I guess everybody has their own interpretation of that, but they are establishing for me kind of this middle ground area so that I understand where all the basic shapes are in my painting. And then I can either build them up with bringing up lighter layers, or I can push them back by putting in some darker layers. So This is what I like to do. I always need to have a very rough idea. I think there's wonderful people who can paint from left to right, and I am not one of them. So I paint all of my pieces from back to front. And so I start with this, and what I'm going to do is just kind of try to push the boundaries of what I do with this. And you can see this little screen here is simply my iPhone. And so what I do is I take my own photos for all of the paintings that I do, and I simply edit them in Photoshop to my liking as my reference photo. So I take all these pictures in my kitchen. I don't use stock imagery or anything. And then I just load it onto my iPhone. And what that allows me to do is enlarge or shrink or move around. And that's just much easier for me. And the iPhone gives me much better colors. You could use an iPad if you want to, something convenient like that, than working with a printout. I really don't like working with printouts. I think that it just dulls everything down. You want that backlit look that you get from a bright screen to be able to show you everything that needs to be done. So I'm just going to go in here and start to work a little bit. And right now, like I said, these are mid-tones, but let's go in and we'll try to bring out some of the lighter colors. So a lot of the ice cream has this kind of, I'll say it's an off-white color. So right now I'm just going to take a little bit of my white on my palette and a little bit of yellow. And let's see if we can show that. And then I'm going to dip my brush right into that acrylic medium, and I'm going to mix it a little bit. And I'm also going to take a little bit of, this is what I use as phthalo blue, and that's just me. Everybody's going to have their own mix. And these are just very light tints in here. But I'm going to mix those around. I'm not adding any water to this. This is just straight acrylic medium, but it makes it nice and much more easily workable. And I'm going to go into this section and I'm just going to put these glazes right over top. And they're translucent glazes. So what they do is they actually still allow all those bottom colors to peek through. So when I get to a really complex piece, which I will show you if these streams hold out, because this is my first time on here. But if these streams hold out, then I will show you some of my very complex pieces that have, you know, dozens of glazes on them. You can see all of those wonderful shapes and different colors, because glazing allows you to do very different things from what traditional direct painting would allow. Direct painting is just, you know, again, painting in basically one blended layer from left to right. Or kind of bouncing all over the place, but I like to build these layers up. So we're just going to go in here. And I think that what I like to do is think of my painting like a puzzle. And I say that because it's not just looking at it as in, I want to finish this piece and this piece and this piece and this piece. But when I say that I want to look at it as a puzzle, you know, when you make a puzzle, what do you start with? You start with the edge, right? So you start with the edge of the puzzle, and that gives you a foundation for finding all of the other pieces that you're going to add to the puzzle. So for me, I don't worry so much if what I'm doing right now at this stage is accurate. I just put in different parts of the painting. I'm going to bounce all around and I'm going to see the relationship of all these colors to everything else in the painting. And then gradually it will start to build up to a point where, again, I have something, you know, that starts to look much more realistic like this. So this is just a gradual building up of lots and lots of layers so that I can see their relationships. I actually started painting ice creams probably around 20, 20, what do I want to say? 2014 it's been a very long time. Um, but I only painted a few of them back then. And so they were small. and they were kind of experimental. And if you've painted at all, or if you've looked at a lot of painting, you might be aware that painting something that's organic like this is actually really difficult, particularly compared to something that is, like a solid man-made object, because I have all these textures and all of these different, soft variations in here. So I consider myself to be a specialist in food painting, but it is quite difficult to do. It's much easier to paint big swaths of flat colors than it is to do this. So I'm a glutton for punishment in a lot of ways, but I like to challenge myself, and so that is one of the things that has been the most successful for me in my years as a painter, and I like that. I like being a specialist in something like that. I can certainly paint other things, um, but yeah, I think that I've tried to stick with this and try to expand it into other ways to paint food. So one of the things that I did recently is in the last year, I started painting these foodscapes, which you can find on my website, which is kimtestone.bsky.social. And what I did was I baked cookies. So I baked cookies and made giant sculptures of the cookies, and then I turned those into references for paintings. And it's very imaginative, and it's a lot of fun to build these kind of little scenic worlds out of cookies and then see what I can do with them in terms of turning them into a painting. So they are what you call trompe l'oeil, which basically is a French term that means to fool the eye. And the goal for those is to look three-dimensional in person when you're viewing it or online. And even though they are completely flat like this, so there's no texture to any of my paintings, or I would say very little texture to any of my paintings. So if you would like to see those pieces, they're really, really fun. Go over to my website, kimtestone.com, and look under the Trompe l'oeil foodscapes section, and you will get to see those. So one of them was humongous. It is a giant gingerbread neighborhood, and it took me 400-ish hours to paint, and it's huge. But it was definitely an experience. It was definitely an experience. And I think I brought something beautiful into the world. And that's really what we as artists want to do, right? We want to bring beautiful things into the world that don't exist without us. So I think that's how, most artists, that's how we are. We have these visions in our heads, and the reason that we try to paint things is because we feel like we are the best people to do it, because there's beautiful things that I see in my head. There will never be enough time in my lifetime to get them all out in paint, but I'm going to try to do as many as I can. So So I'm just building up layers. These are very, very rough, but I'm just kind of sketching with my brush. Again, I'm kind of an unusual painter. I break a lot of rules in terms of, you know, how people tell you that you should paint, how traditional art education tells you that you should paint. And I did go to school for art. I took a lot of painting classes. I got yelled at by a lot of professors. And then I found my own way. And I think that's what we all have to do with anything, right? In life, you just have to find your own way. So, one of the things that I like to do, and I will show you I'll show you an example here. But ice cream has this very unusual texture to it. And it's not something that really can adequately be done with typical brush strokes. And so, I use these little scattered ones, but I'm going to show you an example here. Let's take a look at The only reason I have this little water cup here, by the way, is just to rinse my brush. So I don't, again, thin my paint down with that. I only use it to rinse my brush. But I have this, and this is a very rough little brush. Can you see all these little pieces sticking out here? So I use this to actually create texture on my painting, and it works really well in particular for a lot of the frozen areas of the ice cream and for a lot of the cone. So I'm going to take this as an example, and I'm just going to put some yellow and some blue. This is a very dark blue, and some cadmium red. And I'm going to put a little bit of white in there. And let's just see if we can come up with a color that's going to allow me to show you how I do this. What I do essentially is, again, I feel like my teachers would just throw their arms up in rage if they saw what I did. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to thin it down with my glaze, and then I'm simply going to stipple it with this very, very rough brush. And so I'm going to put it kind of like this. I'm going to add a little bit more red to that. So I'm going to just stipple it. And I will actually do this multiple times over my paint layers with all different colors. And the goal of this is to recreate the texture of an ice cream cone. Because if you look at an ice cream cone, you will notice that it is, again, not all smooth, um, non-organic shapes. It's all that wonderful texture. So let me show you one that I've, again, mostly completed. Let's see, here's a better example. So this one, if you can see, let's get the light on it, you can see that I put a lot of layers in here, and they all kind of come together. Let's see if I can get it to not shine. There we go. Not come together um, to look like a uniform, very realistic ice cream cone. But what they actually are is this is probably 6 to 8 layers of paint that's applied in this way that I'm showing you here. And so they all, in person in particular, you can see all of the colors peek through all of the other layers. But what it does is create what I would call a much more accurate representation of an ice cream cone, rather than if I just tried to simply paint all these little individual, what you would call rectangles and squares and so forth in here. That's not what it is, right? It's this whole thing is the form of an ice cream cone. So I'm going to try to recreate that by using multiple layers. Some people call that, it can be referred to in art circles as the gestalt. I think I'm saying that correctly, but it's basically when you have the entire picture. So that's what I try to look at all my paintings as. It's not this piece and this piece and this piece and this piece. It's one entire picture of something. And when you try to make things look like an object, you are doomed to fail. So if I tried to make this look like an ice cream cone, I would not be able to do it. But what I try to do is look at all the relationships between all the colors and shapes and values in here, and then just try to build them up, change them, make them stronger, whatever I need to do to make this a bit more accurate. Another really important thing to do if you're working in acrylics is you got to let it dry. So that is not great if you don't have patience for that. But what I try to do is simply work on a section, leave it alone, and come back to it. So even if it's not perfect, I know I can paint over it. But this starts to, even right here, this starts to kind of soften the relationships between this section and this section. So it's not again, this rectangle, in the end, it won't be this little rectangular shape and this little rectangular shape. There should be a much softer transition between the two. So I just go like that, and I have infinite patience. I've learned to have infinite patience for this. Put a little bit of yellow and red. I also, and this is something that's kind of unique about the way that I paint. Um, there's a really good theory, I'll call it a color theory, that doesn't seem to be as prominent as traditional color theory. And it is what one professor that I read his article wrote and called the dual color wheel theory. And what it essentially means is he works with, and so do I now, two color wheels. So traditional color theory, you have one color wheel for painting, and everybody has their own method. Most traditional painters have a very stoic way of seeing color, and that is totally cool. I I try, because I try to make my pieces very vibrant. I try to uh, adhere to this particular color theory, which is the dual color wheel theory. And so what I do is I actually have on here, this is a dark blue, a, a dark red, and a yellow. And so this is one part of my color wheel, um, or this is one of my color wheels. And these are what I refer to as the warm colors. So that's a little different for people if you're not accustomed to that. So this is a warm blue, a warm red, and a warm yellow. These ones down here are my cool colors. So a cool red, this is another cool red, and a cool blue, and technically there's a cool yellow, but I don't actually use that. And so what that does is when you use them in conjunction with each other, it helps you to mix your colors a little bit more and create form so that you can understand better what's receding in space and what's coming forward in space. So for me, and again, I just do what works for me, I start all my paintings with a base of a very warm set of colors. And then as I try to lift the form forward, then I start to integrate my cooler colors. So the warm colors are what I associate with my shadow colors. The cool colors are what I associate with my highlights. That is a little contrary to what people in, say, interior design would say. Interior design typically has um, a different way of looking at that. But in terms of my painting, and again, everybody has their own way, you just have to take what you see and pick out the pieces that work best for you. But everybody has their own path, so. And when I started painting, that was what I found to be true. I found it to be true that I had to absorb vast amounts of information from lots of different artists and lots of different voices telling me what was the right way to do things. And then you just have to be able to sort through the noise and figure out what's going to work best for you. And that is not the easiest process. And for me, it took years, and I'm still learning, because I think we always should be still learning, right? And there's always going to be those little voices in the back of your head that say, you're not doing it right. There's always going to be somebody's making you feel like that. Um, whether it's somebody online, because there's you know, everybody has their own opinions, right? Or maybe it's somebody from your past, some professor or something that said, that's not the way to do it. But you just have to do it your own way. So take all the information you can, figure it out for yourself, and discard the rest. And like I said, I'm still learning. Certainly, I think we all should still be learning every day. So these pieces that I have here are actually for my gallery. I have a gallery that carries my ice cream paintings in North Carolina. And so they often cater to interior designers and so forth. And I've found um, that creating works that have this was an accident actually, but the works that have this stark white background is much more conducive to interior design. It's a very contemporary approach because a lot of interior designers, they're really looking for pieces that will, go with whatever decor, high-end decor they are um, including in a client's home. So the stark white backgrounds definitely has worked for me. The reason originally that I did that was an accident because my gallery had asked me several years back to put together an ice cream show, and we aimed for 31 flavors, but I fell a little bit short, and they were about this size, all of them, I think. Um, and as I started to paint them, because this was over the course of like almost a year, as I started to paint them, they I realized that if I ever had to come back and fix anything, it would be really, really hard to match the background colors that I had started to paint because acrylics are subject to something called color shift. And color shift means that what you put down on here is going to be slightly different than when it dries. So it's a little bit hard to get accustomed to. There are some companies out there who actually will, um, or who actually do make non-color shifting acrylics, but I like my golden acrylics, so I've never switched. But anyway, so when I was painting the backgrounds, I want them to be, very solid, very contemporary colors. And there was no way that I was going to be able to either preserve the background colors that I had made over the course of a year or come back and try to mix them accurately. It would have just been a mess and there would have been splotches everywhere. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to make them all white because if I make them all white, I can match them much more easily. And yeah, that worked. And people seem to like it. So much easier for me, much more flexible for them. So you can see I'm just, again, putting down these darker layers, trying to create a little bit of depth and interest with this stippling here. And then I'm going to let this dry and I'm going to come back and I'm going to start to work on the other part up here again. So when I used to visit my grandparents when I was a kid, there was an ice cream shop right across the bridge in the small town where they lived. And that was always a fun trip that it wasn't always guaranteed that we were going to get ice cream, but but it was a nice treat when we did. And so that was one of the memories that I had when I started painting the ice creams is just those occasions with my grandparents and my grandma. She really loved her ice cream, and my grandpa used to make fun of her, and she hated it. And she would just go and he would go and so yeah, it was cute because they adored each other, but he always made fun of her for how much she liked her ice cream. All right, so I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'm gonna come back to it. So I'm just gonna clean off this rough brush again. Just dry that off on the paper towel, and let's go back up to some of the ice cream. So again, I'm gonna mix up some white with a little bit of yellow and just a tiny touch of my cool blue from my palette. And, again, I don't worry so much at this point. These paintings of this size take me about 40 hours to complete from start to finish. So again, we're not going to finish this in one session today. But I don't worry so much about this being perfect now. What I am more concerned with is, am I giving myself a good foundation for the next part? So I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to start to, again, just add some colors that I'm going to bring out some of these layers. The other thing I do is I always keep all these brushes on my palette, which seems kind of crazy, but I use them for different purposes. So this one, I come in here and soften those edges with my medium. So you're just, again, thinking of it like a puzzle. It's not trying to jump to the end too fast. It's just thinking, okay, once I put this in, I can see the next piece. Once I put that in, I can see the next one, and then I can come back and I can refine it. And it is amazing once you get, usually around, like I said, this is only my second day on this piece. Once you get around the fourth day, then things really start to pop. That's when things really start to come together. So it is definitely a thing of trusting the process. That's what artists always say, right? So you gotta trust the process. So one thing that I really try to do, particularly well, in all the paintings, but it's very important in ice cream because it's very easy to start to get it to look inaccurate or flat. And so you really have to try to, again, not think of it, and it's not think of it like ice cream. I do that with everything that I that I paint. It's not about thinking of it like it's ice cream. It's about thinking of it like these individual pieces and their relationships with each other and how those abstract pieces come together. So like this, if you look on my little iPhone here now, this doesn't look like ice cream, right? It just looks like a bunch of abstract shapes. So that's what I'm trying to paint, is a replica of those abstract shapes as best I can. They are complicated. Your brain wants to simplify things. So if you've ever wondered why um, you try to draw something and it ends up looking like a stick figure, um, and it doesn't quite get as accurate as you want it to be, it is inherent to your brain that your brain wants to jump to the simplest solution, the most efficient solution that it can arrive at. And so that forces you in a lot of ways to draw stick figures or, make everything look very simple. You have to be able to train your brain. And, I still do it constantly. Train your brain to look more at the abstractions in things than in the the actuality. So here's one quick way to show you how I do that. And that is simply, I flip this upside down. So if you flip all of your paintings or drawings upside down and try to do them that way, and I challenge you to do that if you've never drawn before. I challenge you to try. Take a picture of anything, a horse, your pet, whatever. Um, Flip it upside down and try to draw it on the paper next to it, and try to draw it at a 1-to-1 scale. Don't try to scale it up or scale it down. Try to draw it exactly at the scale. That's one reason why I do that on my phone here. It's much easier to work at a 1-to-1 scale. It's less work that my brain has to do. So, but I challenge you to do that. Try to draw, but draw something upside down. And I would guarantee that even if you're not, you know, well versed in that yet, even if you don't think that you have any artistic skill, that drawing upside down is going to get you a better result than if you try to draw it straight forward, straight up and down. So don't think of it like an object. Think of it like you're trying to copy the abstract shapes that you see in that upside down picture. Again, we're just trying. Sometimes I'm not always great with my patience level in letting things dry, but I do the best I can. And so I'm just going to keep bouncing around here. I'm trying to make things just a little easier for me to see the next stage of my piece. One of the tricks that I learned when I was in college, actually, and we were required to do self-portraits. And when I started drawing those, I was actually quite terrible at them. And then one day, one of the professors said that an exercise you could do is to take two mirrors. So don't draw from a single mirror, draw from a secondary mirror. So you're going to reflect from the one mirror into the other mirror. And when you do that, you suddenly see those abstract shapes. You see something different. It's a different perspective. And it came back as the most successful, and I still have it actually, the most successful self portrait that I'd ever done. And I won't say that it was flattering, it looked very accurate, but it was definitely the shape of my face and even this little part on my chin that I hate, but all of it was very, very accurate. So it was a really great exercise. And that was one thing that taught me that, you just have to learn to see things a little bit differently in order to uh, try to get things more accurate in your work. So you can see already here, this is starting to have a little bit more shape and dimension than it did when I started. So I'm just going to keep going with that. And then I will eventually come back and start to um, work on some of the shadows. And again, I'm going to just bounce back and forth between them. I try to keep my shadows pretty warm. So I use my warm color palette there. And my highlight's pretty cool. That seems to be I think if you're doing atmospheric painting, like outdoor landscapes, portrait painting is actually quite similar. But if you're doing other types of work, different lighting examples, yes, you can have all sorts of different ways of doing things. But for me, I found that the most dramatic that I can get in my still lifes to have a very um, accurate representation of something, because I really want things in my paintings to look very, very real. as opposed to very much replicating a light source, if that makes sense. So if you're into atmospheric painting, um, of landscapes, that it may not apply to you, but for me, in order to create form, I really try to have highlights cool and shadows warm, and that seems to be the most accurate way that I can get that. So, and again, this is very different, from how other people paint. All I can do is show you what works for me. Um, I like all these little bouncy brush marks. I'm not going to call them brush strokes. That's not really what they are, but I like all these little brush marks because when they are layered upon each other, then they end up looking far more accurate than if I were to try traditional brush strokes. And part of the reason for that too is that acrylics just generally don't blend super well because they do dry too fast. So it's something that artists often struggle with. How do you get, I get that question a lot on various social media platforms. How do you get your acrylics to look realistic? And I think the answer is I don't paint like other acrylic artists. Um, I paint in lots and lots of thin layers, small shapes. I'm focused more on the, abstraction. I think if you try to paint like an oil painter, which is I think what a lot of people try to do, if you try to paint like an oil painter, it's not impossible, but it's really difficult. And I don't think that in the end you'll be as happy with the result of that. So I just want to point out this right here. This is, I went back in and put a secondary layer on this, and you can already see that from here to here, having this warm layer and then one underneath layer, and then this highlight layer here. So this is just 3 layers, but suddenly this little shape took form. And so that is the goal of all of these marks. It's all about how they interact with each other. I I recently sent out my print club packages. So I have 2 print clubs on my website. So if you go to kimtestone.com, one of them is for my ice cream paintings, and one of them is for my trompe l'oeil foodscape paintings. But I sent out the foodscape one this past weekend, and I wrote in there that sometimes we all need a little escape. Just a little, not a big vacation, just a little escape from everything where you can think clearly, have a little bit of peace, not compete with like the noise in the outside world. I'm not great at social media. I'm not the person who's going to be out there shouting, but I really wanted to do this because I'm hoping that people will come here and find some sense of peace. You can hang out with me and you can watch me paint. You can ask me questions if you want. You can tell me funny stories. I will tell you some, and we'll talk about art, talk about the world. But I don't want this to be a stressful place. This is my little cozy corner of the world, and I think we need more of them. So the piece that I sent out for my print club this weekend was tiny pretzel cabin. So if you go over to my website, you will see, and it was just the piece is sold, but it was just a little painting that was on a 6-inch round panel, and I based it on this model that I had built of pretzel sticks that I built into a tiny cabin. I used sugar cookie clouds and frosting background and some little frosting flowers in it. And it just was this really peaceful little piece and little painting. And I guess that's what I want for the world right now. I just think we all need that little tiny pretzel cabin to have some little place to retreat to. And I don't know if any of you have ever read Walden by Henry David Thoreau, but there's a wonderful section in the book called Solitude. And I think a lot of artists or artsy people, I think that we are drawn to it. There's been many a day where I have thought, you know what? I am going to just go out and live in a cabin by myself in the woods because the world is just too noisy for me. And even Henry David Thoreau thought that back in the mid 1800s. Um, and it's a wonderful read. It's if you get a chance to look it up, I would check it out because if you need a little bit of peace, if you need to understand that the struggles that we have now in the world, they kind of always existed on a certain level, but I'm hoping that this place, because again, this is my first real stream. I'm hoping that this place is some place that y'all can come and just hang out and just relax. And you know, I always liked watching Bob Ross when I was a kid, and it was just peaceful to see him painting, to hear his voice, hear him talk. So I might not be Bob Ross, but I can be the best me that I can be in here. So sometimes I'll paint ice cream, sometimes I'll paint other food. Um, I'm going to be doing some of my cookie paintings and the trompe l'oeil pieces, and I will happily share all the ways that I do it. That's the other thing I hope, when I started painting, I found, and I started painting a little, I went to school for it, but then I did not do any art for a long time. And so when I came back to painting a little over 10, 12 years ago, something like that, I found that it was really difficult to find good information on what people actually did. People really kept their secrets, right? Like nobody wanted to share anything. So it took me years to figure out some very basic things. And I don't want that to be the way that we are. I don't want that to be something that artists have to struggle through like I did. So if you know any artists, if you are an artist, I want you to hang out and be comfortable to ask me questions because I am happy to answer them. And I want to see my hope. I want to see other artists succeed, right? I want to see other artists be able to bring their visions to life because I think that art makes the world a better place. I think that building things that are beautiful makes the world a better place. And I think that we're in a time right now where we need that. We need, artists are, we need artists more than ever. Let's say that. We need artists more than ever. So I love that you're here watching me. Please support other artists as well because sometimes it can be really discouraging to, be in your studio by yourself. I see a lot of people make comments that, they're struggling in various ways and even, creatively or just trying to figure out how to do things. So it is nice to lift each other up. Whether you're a crafter or a painter or you do woodworking or whatever, it's just nice to support other creatives. So again, I'm just creating as much basic form in here by bringing out some of these highlights in this ice cream as I can. And then I'm going to go back after these sections dry, and I'm going to try to build them up even further. And what I'll probably do after this layer is actually go in and try to work on some of my shadows. So it's a real, painting is, I think, realistic painting. I don't want to talk for abstract artists because I think that's very different. Um, but for me, realistic painting is really about like a push and a pull of building up layers, pushing things back, bringing other parts forward until you arrive at something that is where you need to be. So I tend to lean towards these really complex pieces too. I kind of wish that sometimes I wish that I was, you know, into much simpler pieces, but it just wouldn't be me. I am, I don't know, I like exploring all these really wonderful details, like on this piece, I just want to show, like this piece here, like this is my thing. This doing right here and all of this ice cream, it's really difficult to paint like this, but it's my thing. And if I tried to be anything else, I don't know how I don't know how I could do that, because I think even, whether you're painting a landscape or you're painting a portrait or you're painting an ice cream cone, or like I said on my other works, my cookie paintings, like you just have to be authentic to you, right? And again, I think that's something that's a struggle for a lot of artists, myself included. Sometimes is driven to you feel driven to create one kind of thing, but then there are other factors that keep tempting you to point towards other ways of working. If I worked differently, if I painted different subjects, if I did this, if I did that, maybe I would enjoy more commercial success, I guess, but I wouldn't be me. So I can't do it. I can do what's authentic to me. I can make beautiful things that are authentic to me. I can paint in a way that's authentic to me. And that's all I can do. So I have in my freezer, actually, like I said, I'm doing these ones for my gallery. I have in my freezer several more gallons of ice cream and a box of the Haagen-Dazs ice cream sticks. So I'm going to try to uh, paint some of those as well coming up here. I have actually never painted a Haagen-Dazs, and I won't be able to call it that because I would get in trouble. But an ice cream stick that has the chocolate and the little bits of stuff in there. I've painted chocolate um, novelties before, but I've never painted the Haagen-Dazs. I've never painted the one that has the little crispies. So that will be, again, a challenge. And again, it would be much easier if I just chose to paint something that was, I suppose, smooth chocolate, like some of the other ones. But again, I'm like drawn to the details, so can't help myself. All right, I'm just going to flip this around so that y'all can see where I'm progressing at this point. So again, this is going to take me probably, I would say, these painting sessions are short when I'm doing them here on Twitch, but it'll take me a week to get this whole thing actually super realistic. So I hope you'll check back with me when I continue to progress on things to get it to that point. But I do have a lot more information now in here. than I did before. So we're just going to keep building these layers a little bit at a time. Try to soften them because the goal is to try to get these just a little more shaped out so that we have more information and where to go for the next layers. So this past year, I actually completed the largest ice cream cone that I've ever done. Um, and it was 5 feet tall, which was humongous. And the truth is that it actually took me 2 years to complete it. So it was so big that I started it and then I had to, um, I stopped because it was so big. I didn't know how to work on it. And I kind of gave up for a while. And I came back to it on a couple different occasions. And then this past year, I finally completed it. And it's kind of amazing. Uh, it was a giant fudge ripple cone, almost as tall as me. It was a beast to complete, but it is done. You can also check that out on my website. It is down at my gallery in North Carolina right now. But yeah, I've done a number of the paintings, I don't know, maybe a dozen or so that were around the 4 foot tall range. But it doesn't sound like 5 feet tall would be that terrible, but it is terrible and it's probably not something I will ever do again. So, but it did look awesome. So I'm going to try in here to keep this a little bit rougher so that it kind of mimics this kind of uh, unique ice cream texture in here, I'll say. I wish that at some point, maybe I could work on one of those really big ones on stream, but geez, it's hard. It's very difficult to do. So, I find that I I like the look of the very large pieces. They are striking, but I really find that I prefer, just from a comfort level, I prefer painting smaller and even like super small, like down to 6 inches ish, and sometimes even a little bit smaller. So we're going to try to do some of those on the stream here too in the coming weeks. Some really small ones. I'm definitely getting more shape in here than we had when we started today. So that is good. All right. I'm going to do a little bit more on these highlights. I put in this reference photo, I put pretzels on this, And it was just something I had laying around the house. I didn't know. It's hard when you kind of want all of these ice creams to look a little bit different from each other, and sometimes they're fine to be plain vanilla ice cream. Sometimes you just want to experiment a little bit with what other toppings you can put on them to make them be a little bit unique. So the caramel sauce and the pretzel, I thought it would taste delicious. Oh, I don't know. It feels like something I would have made when I was a kid. Just crush up little pretzel sticks and caramel sauce and just um, pour it on my own ice cream cone at home. But I think, that's part of the charm, right? Because the nostalgia of ice cream is, I think, what makes it special. It's not so much that we're like obsessed over food, it's just the nostalgia. And truth be told, I don't actually eat very much ice cream. I just paint a lot of it. But I do have a lot of memories from over the years for outings with my grandparents or birthday parties or the ice cream man coming around the neighborhood, all those things. And I think a lot of other people do too. Maybe that's why they're drawn to my ice creams. So we're just going to keep building the layers, and then we're going to switch it up in a little bit here, and we're going to work on the shadows. And we're just going to bounce back and forth, and that's what we're going to do today as I build up these layers gradually, learning more information. And see, sometimes you need somebody to tell you when to stop, right? So this little section right here just turned out like super lovely. And it's probably hard to see on the screen, but this is something I shouldn't touch again. This is something that I should just leave. And my one professor in college used to say, it takes two people to finish a painting, one person to paint it and the other one to hit them on the head and tell them when it's done. So since I don't have anybody here, unless you guys are willing to tell me to hit me on the head, then I just know I need to stop on certain parts of it when it starts to be really, really lovely. So it's not always something, you always want to go in and fix things. You want to fix, 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 fix. You want things to be perfect. And what you end up doing usually is messing them up. And you probably should have just left it. At least that's what I feel for me. So that is definitely something that, as an artist, that's probably the thing that I struggle with the most these days, is just being able to leave things well enough alone. So for anyone who stopped in, I want you to know that I really appreciate you stopping by today. These are my training days in here. So we're just testing things out, seeing how it goes, and I will keep mixing things up a little bit to find my sweet spot for, you know, what we need to be talking about in here, what's easiest or most pleasant to listen to. If you guys have questions, I want you to feel free to ask. But if you just want to chill and listen and watch me paint, that is totally cool too. I guess when I was a kid, I didn't really do this per se to ice cream cones, but I would do something similar with like a bowl of ice cream, right? You like have some plain ice cream in the freezer, and then when you're a kid, you might just go to the pantry and grab whatever whatever is available that you can just dump on it. So I remember dumping a lot of weird junk food on ice cream when I was a kid. So yeah, caramel and pretzels, probably. Probably at some point I did. Just gonna build up these layers. So the food trompe l'oeil pieces that I do, I had one which I called the Daydreamer, and I'll show it to you guys sometime. But it was a cookie horse in a cookie field and or a frosting field, and it had a pretzel fence. And I shared it online, and people really seemed to like the painting, but particularly they liked the pretzel fence. And I think that that is, it just must be a nostalgic thing, maybe just to see the creativity. You know, did you ever take food and try to turn it into various objects or whatever? You move it around on your plate. So yeah, you take pretzel sticks. I mean, my instinct with those is I want to build something with them, right? They look like Lincoln logs. So that is what I did. So I guess that's part, I had leftover pretzel sticks, which is why I put them on this ice cream here. You know, the nice thing with food painting too is, and again, it's because I use all my own reference photos. But when I started painting, I at first I would go out into the world and take pictures. So one of the first groups of paintings that I did was of concession stands from baseball stadiums when we lived in Florida, my husband and I. And I really loved doing the paintings. They were very time consuming. I even, you know, won some prizes with some of them. But when you start taking photos and you want people to be in like a natural state, right? So I hate to go up and ask people like, will you pose for a photo? And so I ended up, you know, just taking these casual photos. And I remember one time I got yelled at really badly by someone, and I suppose it kind of shell shocked me. And I was like, all right, what can I do at home? What can I paint that's at home where my paintings or my painting subjects are not going to yell at me? And so, you know, I experimented with a lot of different still life things, and food seemed to be I'll say the most creative. So I actually really liked doing a lot of the other things. I painted some board games, and I would do custom Scrabble paintings for people, but food seemed to be the thing that I really latched onto. Just it was it felt more like me, I suppose, you know. And then when I did this most recent body of work with the cookie paintings, that really felt like me. That was probably the most authentic I've ever been in my art. To have something that creative, So if you get a chance to go over to my website and just take a peek at them, I would be honored. But they're a lot of fun to look at, my trompe l'oeil cookiescapes. And yeah, definitely the most unique thing to me. They are the things that I feel, if there's any small piece of my work that endures over time, I think it will be those. I think those are the things that feel important to me. Um, and so it's something that I want to continue to do. But I do very much enjoy still doing what I would call a more traditional uh, still life painting like these. They're very contemporary, but they're still, it's a very straightforward thing. It's just, it's ice cream. But I'm quite happy to do these because, first of all, they're very good technical exercises. I get to learn a lot about how to build form in these very complicated subject shapes. So getting all of these shapes to start to pop out is very, very um, challenging. So I definitely enjoy it from that point of view. And I love that people like these. So, when I see photos, especially of someone having these paintings in their homes, that makes me feel pretty special. I have prints of a lot of my ice cream paintings. And so, again, that makes me feel pretty special that people choose to have something that I created on their walls. So I'm just going to keep building up these layers. I think I'm going to actually just, let's go back to a darker area because I want to try to build up some shadows here. So this is a lovely little shadow here, if you could see on my little screen right under this ice cream here. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to take my brush. I'm going to take this dark blue because again I want to, for the darker colors, for the shadow areas, I want to use my warm palette. So that is this dark blue, dark red, and a little bit of dark yellow, and that will neutralize this. But this has more of a reddish tint. So I want to be able to mix that pretty well in here. And then I'm just going to apply this as a glaze. And a single glaze probably isn't going to do the trick. It almost never does for me, but it gives me a basis. So I'm just going to take this. I need more red in that. Go right around the edge. And that gives me a much nicer shape. Now, it's not perfect, so I'm going to take this small brush and I dipped it in my painting medium, and I'm going to just try to clean up that edge before the paint dries very carefully. And then I'm going to take this again after I've cleaned it, and I'm just going to try to soften this edge just a little bit. So the painting medium really does do the trick. It makes things much more workable. And I'm just going to let that part dry. Then I'm going to come back over here and I'm going to adjust this color just a little bit. Go right around there. And then suddenly we start to get something that has just a little bit of form. And I again go in here, get some of these really dark areas. And I am sure that everybody would have their own method, but I try to just apply the paint with one brush and then fix the edges or smooth it out with another one. So I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to go right around this edge. And then I'm going to come in here with the other brush and I'm going to smooth it out a little bit, just kind of try to feather the edges just a little bit. And like I said, this will not be the only time that I apply a layer here to these shadows. This is like my first layer. So again, I'm going to come up here. You know, I also think that artists, we have to play to our strengths and understand our limitations. And for me, I do not have a steady hand. So there are a lot of artists that I know have much steadier or more graceful paint application than I do. But I'm okay with that. I'm just going to do my thing. And, you know, I used to, maybe in my younger days, when I was first starting, I used to compare myself to a lot of artists, right? And that's a natural thing to do. But it is also a very dangerous thing to do. And what you end up doing is kind of going down this rabbit hole of constant comparison and thinking, well, I'm never going to be as good as so and so, or I can't, you know, hold my brush as steady as so and so, or I can't, you know, I can't, right? So you head down this terrible negative path. And I think that you have to be able to just stop yourself and try to figure out what it is that you do. Try to figure out what it is that you do best. So for me, I try to play to my strengths. And you know, I again, I could beat myself up and say, oh, if I painted faster, gosh, that would be a lot easier for me. If I painted more simply, that would be a lot more easier for me. But again, it's not authentic to me. So I just have to do my own thing. So I'm just going in here and I'm trying to put in some greater, I'll say, reference for my shadow areas compared to some of the areas. So I want to create depth. For me, creating depth takes time and it requires multiple glazed layers of paint. But again, I found that I just have to not think of it as being, again, a comparison to people who can paint really fast and paint left to right. I have to just be able to be myself and paint how I paint using the method that I know is going to get me to the best solution. So I'm going to add a little bit more yellow and a little bit more red as I bring these shadows around to the other side because they're not quite as dark here as they were over here, because the light source for this was coming from this direction. That's why these highlights are going to be brighter than these ones over here as well. So these shadows are a little more, I say less deep. And that's going to be hard to see, I suppose, right now, but for me, I'm just trying to establish some base references, base shapes in here so that I can keep building up these layers. And again, I'm using just this acrylic medium mixed with all of my paint and then allowing all the layers to dry before I add anything new. And that helps to keep this nice translucent quality. Everything interacts with each other. And I find, I don't know if you saw me do that, but I find that sometimes, especially if I'm going into an area and I feel like I have to be a little more precise, I actually will paint the air to try to figure out how to apply the paint and be clear about the stroke that I'm going to make or the mark that I'm going to make. So I'll paint the air first so that I get the motion going, I suppose. All right. So let's go back and let's try a shadow area up here. Maybe even let's try this. This is the most defined shadow on the upper part of the ice cream. Again, it's this left side because the light is coming from this direction. So these are going to be the heaviest shadows. These are going to be the lighter shadows over here. So I'm going to try, and this is a little bit tricky, and I'm not necessarily going to get this right on the first shot, but again, I'm okay with that at this stage of the painting. But what I'm going to try to do is to warm these shadows up a little bit more than my photo shows. So that is a tricky thing that in the last few years I've really been trying to do, is to not adhere 100% to my photo reference, because sometimes photos lie. And what I want to do is try to concentrate on what I know needs to be done in terms of creating form in the painting. And that is tough. I will be honest, that is very tough to go in and try to be less reliant on the photo at a certain point, whether it's, changing certain shapes, which certainly I do that as well as I need to, but particularly with color, that is very tricky. And I, like I said, sometimes I get it right, sometimes I do not, but sometimes you just got to keep doing it. So I'm going to take my other brush here and just try to soften this a little bit with the acrylic medium. Great. a little bit of a heavier shadow there. Let's go around this shape here. Do the same thing. Take a smaller brush, I think. Just try to soften that just a little bit. And let's try this here. So we're starting to get some form in here. Let's see here. I'm gonna lighten this a little bit. And sometimes I lighten things with white, but that does actually, change the actual color. And sometimes it can just get a little bit mucky. So um, the other thing I do is, because I work in lots of glazes, sometimes I just thin out the glaze as well. So if I apply things in a much thinner glaze, it's going to ultimately just end up being a lighter color because it's a lighter application. So this is actually the same color really as this, it's just thinned out with this translucent glaze. So just going to take these brushes. Sometimes when I paint, I actually have 3 or 4 brushes in my hand simultaneously because they're all doing different things that I'm trying to get done in a way that is, going to get the marks that I want before the paint dries. So sometimes you'll catch me having a whole bunch of different brushes in my hand at the same time. It is a little bit of a juggling act to do that. All right. I think that although I consider myself to be largely a self-taught painter, that there's a lot of things that I can remember my professors saying in college. And I have a degree in drawing. But one thing that he used to say, one of my professors, my drawing professor, used to say is no one can hold you accountable except yourself. So it's really important if I'm aiming for realism and I don't want to be subpar to anything else, that I am the only one who is going to be able to say, yeah, that's, when you're out in the real world outside of school, I'm the only one who's able to say, that's not good enough. You have to work better. You have to work harder. You have to fix that more. So it's a balance. You don't want to beat yourself up, and you don't want to, aim for unrealistic perfection. Sometimes I do, but you do want to definitely hold yourself accountable in a way that is healthy, and also helps you to achieve the best painting that you can make. So. like I said, I'm not super worried that this isn't perfect. This is giving me my foundation. So the first day on a painting, for me, a painting of this size, first day lays out all the basics, usually in a mid-tone. Second day, which is what I'm on here, is mostly about trying to lay out the basics to give me a point of things that I'm going to refine, things that I'm going to push or pull with my paint so that they become darker or lighter, so that they have greater or less contrast, whatever it is that I need to do. To get this to look the most realistic that it can. And again, I do not have the steadiest hand, so I'm just gonna dip a brush into my medium. I never use water to clean this off because it does just kind of make a mucky mess and it thins out your paint too much. So I just take this out safe route and use my medium. So, and let's see here. So again, I'm trying to warm these up a little bit more. Just a personal preference. I could copy this photo exactly as it is. It would probably be fine, but I have found, again, in recent years, that I really like to try to see if I can push it to be a little bit better than my reference photo by acknowledging that sometimes I have to stray from that, particularly when it comes to shadows. I don't know why, but shadows, especially on something like an ice cream, they end up being not quite accurate. I mean, sometimes they're fine, but you know, just gotta push it a little bit. And that's what painting is, right? It's kind of this structured experiment on how far we can push the boundaries of what the paint can do and how, for a realist painter, how realistic we can make something. If it was formulaic, then, then a machine could do it. And that's the difference, right? I try to think I try to tell myself, at least in part, that is what differentiates me, from AI generated art or, even stock imagery or whatever. There's a lot of things that are unique to me when I create these things from scratch, and particularly when I use my own reference images. But even the application of the paint, yeah, you could print out a picture of ice cream. You could even, Photoshop a really nice picture of ice cream. Technically, I guess you could use this. But when you see one of my ice cream paintings close up, I think it takes on a very human quality. And I think that is where, art is a very human thing. So that is part of its importance, is it is a reflection of parts of ourselves, even an ice cream cone. So yeah, you can see I have, especially at this stage, I'm starting to have, I'm aware of it now because I have to talk about it, right, on the stream. But I have been aware of it in the past a bit, that I'm constantly moving my brush because I'm thinking about how am I going to lay down this next stroke of paint or this next mark of paint. So I figure it out beforehand and then I put it down, and I yeah, I'm incredibly aware of it now. But it does help me to figure out more structured pattern of where I'm going to make my marks, especially when it gets to something this complicated. All right, so I'm going to take a break from that, and we're going to go in and just try to, let's say, mark up the pretzel sticks a little bit. So when I did that other painting, that was the horse, cookie horse with pretzel sticks as a fence, people thought that was really charming. I also did a barn, a gingerbread barn, and had the pretzels as the roof on the barn. And so I liked starting to think about food in different ways like that, with that more narrative approach. But I think those pretzel sticks, boy, they really resonated with people. And so I put them in a few other paintings since then. And I became, let's not say I mastered pretzels, but I did I did learn a bit about painting them. So one thing that I learned is that to create the shapes, that I really want to start with these shadow layers that are made with these really warm tones. And then I'm going to add some of the lighter layers that create the arced form of the pretzel with my cooler colors, and that seemed to be the most effective thing for me. Like I said, it's always important to keep learning, trying new things, reading, watching other people paint, and then you figure out what works best for you. But for this, I really just went back to that dual color wheel theory that I mentioned earlier, and I just focus on doing the shadows in the really dark colors, let it dry, and then as I gradually build up the form of the pretzel, I work toward the cooler colors. And that creates, especially the red, the cool red definitely gives the shapes a much more convincing look from from my perspective anyway. But we're still working with the darker colors here. So and I'm going to go ahead and just turn my painting on its side for now. And that is one thing that I like to do. I like to turn the painting around. Sometimes it is because I want to achieve a new perspective, and that helps me to have more accurate shapes. But sometimes it is simply because it is easier to apply the marks. So this is a much more natural way for me to, as steady as I can make my hand, steady my hand on the bottom of my easel here, and it makes it much easier for me to apply this. So, and again, I'm going to do this in multiple layers. So this is not a one-off. This is not the final of anything. This is just me adding more and more information, visual information to my painting in order to be able to see what the next steps are to get it to look more realistic. So I'm just going to do this again. I learned a long time ago too that I have a very limited color palette. In fact, what you see here on here, that's pretty much the only colors that I use. So there's a lot of colors that get marketed in stores and online by various manufacturers. I think that, you know, probably for certain painters that's more necessary. But for me, I feel like I can pretty much mix all the colors that I need from this very limited palette. I have maybe 2 or 3 others that I will, on rare occasions, add to this. There's a different phthalo blue. This is a red shade. There's a green shade. So they achieve slightly different things for me. Um, and there's a cadmium orange that sometimes I will use as well. But outside of that, I really don't think I use anything but what I have here. I technically have brown on my palette, although I rarely use it. Um, and so it's more of a lazy thing. I keep it around. Sometimes I feel like it's easier for me to use the brown or even just to tint the brown in different ways with some of the other colors. But I very rarely use it. So other thing that's really tricky when you start to paint from photos is highlights. That doesn't seem like that should be tricky, but sometimes the camera over exaggerates highlights. So you could see, like on my image here, this is a pretty strong highlight on this pretzel. I'm probably not going to do it quite like that. There's a few different places where it comes up like that. Also right here, this is a good example. This bright spot that's right under the pretzel, it's too strong. It's where the light is hitting it, and it's too strong to, you know, uh, in a painting, it just isn't going to look right. Particularly in the kind of painting that I do. This is not true, like, cold photorealism, they call it. This is more, I don't know what you want to call it, a nostalgic realism. It's a realistic painting, but it does have a lot of emotion behind it. So I'm not benefiting in any way by putting in those really strong highlights. Visually, it looks weird. I have included them sometimes in past paintings, especially when I was less experienced and didn't quite know what to do with them. But I do try now to avoid them as much as possible. And that's just the trick of the camera, you know. So, all right, so we're getting there. I am going to experiment here, since this is my first real stream. I did a short one before, but I am going to take a quick break. And so I am going to be back in just a minute. And I really appreciate you guys sticking around. And yeah, we're going to work more on this painting just in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Thanks. Okay, first break, it worked out. It worked out fine. Figured out all the buttons and everything. My husband actually was the one who was gotten all this stuff going for me, which I'm very grateful for. He has also told me on that quick break that when I look down, I am not quite as loud. So I'm going to work on getting a little lapel mic. But for right now, I will just try to be a little bit louder, and I will try to look a little bit more at the camera if I can. So it's always a little bit tricky learning something new, especially for me. I am not that great at tech, but I really wanted this place to be something where I felt like people were welcome. And so, you know, I'm going to be painting anyway, so y'all might as well hang out with me while I do it. And I hope it brings you a little bit of peace and a little bit of, just a little bit of peace in the world. Um, just a nice, you know, relaxing place to hang out if you can. So I let those dry, those pretzels dry a little bit. And I think, I said that I kind of work on seeing the relationships between everything in the painting. So I could go in and work on the pretzels more right now, but I think that as I look at it, my instinct is to go back to the ice cream. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to the ice cream. I should have gotten myself a little bit more paint. That's okay. We'll just work on it for now. Might have to jump up still for another second and get paint. Not completely set up in this space yet. And so my paint is in the other room. But let's just see. Yeah, see that's what I need. It's a really nice feeling when little parts of the painting start to come together. And like I said, this is still 4 or 5 days away from where it will be in the end, the height of the realism that I'm aiming for. But when I start to see little parts of it that pop, get just a nice, just a very nice cohesive feeling, and start to see those shapes, that's the most satisfying part for me, I think. When you start to see those shapes come together and really, really start to take on something that looks somewhat realistic. Like I said, it's far away, but it starts to take on something that's realistic. That is a very satisfying feeling. I think that's part of the reason why actually I like to paint in the trompe l'oeil style, which I mentioned earlier that I do for my cookie pieces. Um, and in the past, I've done it with other pieces as well, and that again means to fool the eye. So it takes on a very dimensional appeal. The way that you paint trompe l'oeil is you want to have a very shallow depth of field. So typically that means less than a few inches. And so when I do my cookie paintings, they are less than a few inches deep. And, with the cookies and the frosting stacked on top of it, I used to do, some smaller experimental trompe l'oeil pieces that were um, recipe cards, or, little scraps of paper with writing on them, crayon drawings. Sometimes I would include the crayons in there. And so they would look like they were attached to the paper because the shadows and the highlights were very, very realistic. But in fact, they were just, flat paintings like these. But I think I liked it because, and I like doing the cookie paintings in part because it seems very magical. When you see something like that, it seems very magical, that you can create something that looks three-dimensional with just this. So I I think if that's, something that I can, in my, again, very small contribution to the world, do, make something that looks a little bit magical, then that's a worthy purpose, right? I think so anyway. When I painted the Daydreamer, which is the cookie painting with the horse and the gingerbread barn and the field of flowers made of cookies and the little pretzel fence, there were, it actually went viral on TikTok a few times, but one time in particular, it had something like 400,000. You can head over to my TikTok to see. I think it has like 420,000 views on it, and many, many hundreds of comments that were all incredibly kind. But there were some that really stuck out to me, and one of them was a mom who said that her little boy, uh, she showed the painting to her little boy, and he said that it was the most amazing painting that he'd ever seen. And you know what? Like, if I accomplished nothing else in life, that was worth it to me. That was worth it to see that, that very kind comment. Um, you can't, I don't know how, you know, what ultimate impact my art will have, right? Nobody knows. I can tell you that I'm authentic. I can paint things that are authentic to me. I can, try to bring a little bit of beauty into the world and, you know, create things that have some purpose and some soul and, um, reflect certain parts of life. But ultimately, I don't know what long-term purpose my art will serve. But if it has some effect either within my lifetime or after my lifetime, if it makes some kind of impact like that, if there's some person somewhere in the world and it inspires them in some way to do something great, then I think that that is certainly worthwhile. It certainly makes me feel like I'm doing something worthwhile. So I try to look at it like that. So again, I'm just bringing out some stronger highlights, and it's actually the same mix of paint. So it's just the white with the little bit of yellow and the little bit of the cool blue. But again, because these are applied in such translucent layers, sometimes, or excuse me, adding the layers on top, I'm not painting directly over the same place. I'm only picking and choosing parts of it where I'm painting over it again. And so by doing that, it makes it brighter in those spots. And then it gives it more of a transition everywhere else. So 2 layers of this white with this yellow and blue are going to look brighter than 1 layer of the same paint color glazed over top of this warm base. And it is kind of amazing how, even though, this has so much work that needs to be done on it, but from where I was, what, an hour or two ago, to where I am now, it is a tremendous difference. It really is. It's got a lot more form, a lot more visual interest, a lot more details, and it gives me a much greater base for where I'm going to go tomorrow and the next day. So I'm just building up these glazed layers, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to work on shadows again. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to work on highlights again. And that's just going to be the way of it. It goes back and forth and back and forth. And that is, again, not everybody's process, but that's certainly my process. I am very much back and forth and back and forth, trying to figure out what it is that's ultimately going to, oops, help to give me greater sense of form in my still life, in my ice cream. Sometimes too, and you'll probably see me do this week if you tune in. So I'm going to try to be up here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday again, hopefully from around 2 to 6. That would be my guess. That's the schedule I'm trying to complete. Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. But you will see as I go with this that sometimes I actually, it might look like I have a complete area. This happens a lot with my ice creams. Might look like I have completed an area, and I've realized that it's too dull, or it's too washed out from adding too much white. Um, Something needs to be changed. And so what I'll do is actually take a thin glaze of a red or a yellow or some combination and just glaze over the whole thing, which looks at first like I ruin it. But then what I do is simply pull out stronger highlights, stronger push back, stronger shadows, and so it warms it up. So I'm going to see, did I do that? Oh, I did that to this one. I think I did that to all three of these actually. So this one here, if you can see, this base, um, that what I ended up doing was taking a reddish yellow glaze and going over the whole thing. And then once I did that, because it had been too washed out and pale, once I did that, it kind of created this nice warmth underneath, and then I was able to again go in with greater highlights and greater shadows and fix the whole thing. So sometimes you have to mess things up in order to fix them. And that can be a scary thing, certainly, when you're painting, but it is part of the process. Part of the process for me anyway. I think that another thing I remember from years ago that I believe one of my professors said is that you can't make any part of your painting too precious. Now, like I said earlier, there were parts of it that I feel are really lovely, and I don't want to touch those. So that is a balance between recognizing that this little part right here, I want to just leave alone. And hopefully I don't mess it up and paint over top of it. But you want to be able to let go if you need to scratch it back, to paint over stuff, to, not feel like even though I've dedicated X amount of hours to doing something, that it is, you never want it to be too precious that you can't fix it. So that has to always be in the back of my mind anyway, that it can't be too precious, that it can't be fixed. So I like working on these whites and brighter areas, but I have actually run out of paint, and so I'm just going to run in the other room real quick, and I'm going to grab some more of this. So I will be right back, and just hang on for just a second, okay? amazing how quickly quickly you go through white. Um, Again, at least for me, I go through a lot of white paint. When I paint the backgrounds, this is actually an interesting thing because I'm an art nerd and I talk about art nerdy stuff. When I paint the backgrounds, I actually use a liquid white. And I experimented with the liquid paints years ago in the actual paintings, but I found that I didn't have as much control over them because they were already kind of thinned out with something. So I like using these heavy body paints, but but I have found that for the backgrounds, and I don't have this one painted yet, but I do use a liquid white, and that gives me a much more, it's something I don't need to thin, um, and since it's going on in just a single even base coat, it gets done a lot more efficiently, and it doesn't have as much um, unevenness in terms of like weird marks or glare. I really am quite picky about what I paint. I'm quite picky about what it looks like in the end. I really don't settle for things that are not up to par. So yeah, I even go as far as, and I've tried to cut back on this a bit, but when I see that I have the inevitable pieces of dust or hair or whatever in my paintings, if they're quite prominent, at least in my mind, if they're quite prominent, others may disagree, but they drive me insane. And I take a little piece of sandpaper that I kind of ball up into a corner, and I dip it in a little bit of water and I will sand those out of my paintings. And I used to sand a lot more, but now I kind of, I go to a reasonable level, what I consider to be a reasonable level anyway, for that. So I'm just, it's very easy to, skip over a section, especially when it's too complicated. It's very complicated. It's very easy just to go, oh, well, this is good enough, and that is a very dangerous path for an artist to take, for me to take. Every time I just go, oh, that's good enough, that it inevitably ends up being something that I think is very disappointing. And I end up having to come back and work on it again. So I really try, as I said earlier, to hold myself accountable as I go so that I don't have to continue to fix my mistakes. I need to be able to see this as, this, I'm again treating this today as a base layer. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to be directional. It does have to give me the right direction to go off. If I don't have this correct in the stage today, then it's not going to be right in the stage tomorrow. And so it is inevitably going to need to be fixed. So, there's so much going on in something like this. So I can see here, I tried to get all these little caramel drips roughed out in here, but I can see that I missed one here. So I'm going to have to go back and put it in probably soon. In fact, maybe that's what I'll do after I work on this a little bit more, work on these whites a little bit more. because the caramel would be, you know, it is also a very challenging part. I can see in my photo, you know, sometimes you don't know until you start working on something how difficult it is going to be to replicate or to enhance what you have in your reference photo. But I can see the caramel is going to be difficult because there's a lot of different things going on in the light, not just the direction of the light, because the caramel itself is translucent, but the way that the caramel lays on the ice cream is going to be really difficult to paint, because in some places it is more translucent and in some places it is heavier. Um, and that's just the nature of caramel, right? Sometimes it's actually really fun to paint caramel, but this looks like it will be difficult. It looks like it will be difficult. But that's okay. I am up for a challenge always, because inevitably it ends up being something that, if I do it right in the end, then it can look pretty amazing. So usually when I do the ice cream paintings, I try to, you know, keep them to a reasonable time frame. That's not always possible because sometimes their complexity is beyond what I can do, but um, or beyond what I can do in a reasonable time frame. And so I dedicate many, many hours. But there was one in particular that I'm thinking of from a couple years back that was a caramel swirl. If you go on my website, you should be able to find it. Um, and it was it was definitely one of the most complicated pieces that I've ever done. It was a true caramel swirl with, you know, I don't know, hundreds of little lines of caramel running through the ice cream, and it was very difficult to paint. And it took me probably twice as long as it should have, in terms of the size of the painting, to try to keep me at an efficient level, you know. But but you know, sometimes you just need to do something complicated. Sometimes you just need to paint something complicated. So that was one of those times. All right, so I'm going to come over here and try to add a little bit more in here. I feel like this area is particularly lacking, and this is one of those areas where it's a very complicated shape. I might be able to simplify it a little bit, but I don't want to ignore it. I don't want to pretend that it's simpler than it is. So if I choose to simplify it, it has to be a very deliberate, very conscious, okay, I'm going to cut this part out and change this shape. If I just try to go and just paint over it, then it is not going to work. And it will show that it is, like right now, I feel like it's showing that this is an area where I'm lacking because I just haven't put as much thought into it as I should at this point. So I'm just kind of making some little marks here. And I think what I'm going to do is actually take that rough brush that I used earlier, which was this one, has all these little frayed edges. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to try to put that in this area. And that will actually help a bit in creating this impression of texture, very complicated texture that again I wouldn't be able to really do with traditional marks. So I'm going to do that down here too a little bit, and maybe in here. So we're just putting in some You know, they're translucent glazes, but I'm putting them in with this rough brush because stippling that in helps me to get some more unusual brush marks. And I'm still going to come back and fix that a little bit later, but already that looks better to me. Yeah, already that looks better to me. So I like that. But let's go in and let's try, I think, to start to build up some of that caramel. So again, like when I build these paintings, and I use build as a loose term, but when I'm building them from back to front, you know, it's kind of skipping all over the place, and it's trying to see what is going to be the next part that I need to add to make this look convincing. And so usually I have to build up, like I built up those white shapes a bit. Okay, now I can see that the part that is the worst on the painting at this point are these caramel areas. So I'm not going to get this perfect, but I am going to try to just start to build these up a little bit. So let's see how this color goes in here. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good to start. So I've taken my cooler red and my yellow and mixed it with just a little bit of white. And I'm not going to fill in that entire area. I'm just going to fill in a bit of it. And then I start to get something that's a little bit nicer in there. So let's add a little bit more yellow to this. We're going to lighten that a little bit more. And I can guarantee that what I'm going to do is end up glazing over these again. But I want to give myself a basis first so that I have a good foundation. I think we need maybe a little bit of blue just to cool that down a little bit. And a little bit of red. Like I said, I rarely get it right the first time, and I have learned to be at peace with that. That is just part of my process, and ultimately I think that it makes for a more beautiful painting. When I studied drawing back in the day, um, you know, that is one of the things that you learn is, and I talk about drawing in terms of an art form, not in terms of an accuracy, but that's one of the things that you learn is to try to not cover up all your marks. You want to see some of those marks. You want the beauty of the act of drawing to be seen. So that's part of what I like about, you know, this approach to painting that I do with these glazed layers. And I say that you can see all the pieces of the painting coming through all of the other ones, that nothing truly gets covered up. And I think that that goes back to my days in my drawing classes when I learned that you want to see the beauty of the marks of the drawing. Now, like separately from that, when I start a painting, I'm just, you know, doing a very rough outline, sometimes a tracing, sometimes a projection, whatever, to get a base of the painting. Those marks I cover up. That I don't consider to be drawing per se. That's just, getting an accurate base. But in terms of the act of drawing, if you take it as an art form in and of itself, that you want to see some marks. You want to see that artistic process behind it. And so I do think that that is probably where I get part of that appreciation for this in my painting. I want you to see that this is not one paint layer. I want you to see that, there's multiple colors, there's multiple marks, they're all in the same place, and they're all peeking through one another. I think it makes the painting and the subject feel more alive, per se, that it makes it feel more energetic than it would otherwise. So, yeah, I think that that is what makes some of my paintings really beautiful, is being able to see all of those underlying marks. So when, you know, for example, in the cookie paintings, I'll go back to when I did the butterfly cookie painting and the horse cookie painting. So one is called the horse is called the Daydreamer. The butterfly one is called Butterflies in the Sky. When I did those, it's very obvious in those in particular, and in the other ones as well, but it's very obvious if you look closely that those the sky and the grass, they are not just a solid blended blue or a solid blended green to make that illusionistic frosting, that they are made of multiple layers of paint. And so if you look real closely, you can see all of those little specks of color peeking through all of the other ones. And I think it makes it look certainly much more alive, but really quite lovely. And I wouldn't want it any other way. So I don't, you know, I don't think I have been in the arts, I will say, for a long time. And there are many, many really amazing artists in the world. I don't think any of them paint like me. I'm sure a lot of artists would say that, but I don't think anyone paints like me. But I know that I am, I've talked to many hundreds and hundreds of artists in my time. I was an editor of a small art magazine for a while. I know, you know, the difficulties of some of their processes, and I know how much, complexity went into some of their pieces, but no one paints like me. No one does. And, that's a good thing and a bad thing, that I do take quite a while to make my pieces, but it also gives them some kind of beauty that I know can't be replicated. I mean, I never worry that someone can never paint exactly like me, because they'd never be crazy enough to do it. They just wouldn't. So, if I go back to, the 5 foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone and the 4 foot long gingerbread neighborhood, I did those basically simultaneously. I'll say I finished the giant ice cream at the same time that I was doing this gingerbread neighborhood one. So again, those are on my website. You can go look. But they, I did those essentially in a 2 month span, and they were so complicated together, that I was in like a painting trance. I was in a painting trance for months, and it was wake up and paint, and paint, do what you need to do to take care of things in life throughout the day, but basically paint, 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 and then go to bed. It was um, a very unique experience, and I think that I made two really amazing pieces that would not have been brought to life otherwise. I think it was necessary for me to do them in the way that I did, but it was definitely a challenge. So I can see, like, even just this little bit that I have in here right now, it's starting to take a little bit more shape. So I think that I'm going to actually flip this upside down. Like I mentioned before, that helps me to see sometimes. And I'm just going to work on this upside down for a little bit. And I think that's going to help me. So I'm also going to take a little bit of this darker red because I feel like these shadows need to be a little bit more refined in here before I move on to doing more of um, the lighter parts of the caramel. I think I need to work on the shadows just a little bit, and then I will come back to do the lighter parts. And most of the caramel that's in this painting is actually lighter parts. It's these little drifts, but I think I need to get some of these darker ones down. I find that's easier for my brain. I think I need to get some of these darker ones down first. And that's a little bit too light. So we're just gonna thin out with a little bit too much medium there. So it needs to have some oomph to it. That's a little better. So I'm just gonna try to refine these shapes a little bit more. And again, turning the painting upside down really helps me to see things more objectively, to not think of these as, caramel swirls in ice cream, but just to think of them as abstract shapes that I need to portray accurately, both in form and in color. And if I think of it that way, instead of trying to create ice cream, then ultimately it will ironically help me to create better ice cream. So this is a spot where I can see that I missed adding this bit of caramel entirely. I haven't addressed this little shadow in here, these little shadows in here. I messed that up a little bit, so I'm just going to take the medium and my small brush, and I'm just going to clean up my edge a little bit, and I'll feather that out while I'm there. again, I'm going to revisit all of these things, but as I start to define them, it gives me a better direction. So all right. I'm just trying to pay attention to some of the darker areas. And I think I'm going to mix up a little bit more. And I think I'm going to switch, actually. I'm going to switch to my yellow and my other red. I'm going to mix that with a little bit of white. And again, some of this is just, experimentation. Sometimes you have to see how it's going to go. But my guess is what I'm going to end up doing is mixing this up, laying in these lighter areas, and then glazing over it with another thinned out version that doesn't have any white mixed in with it. And that will end up making them quite bright. But first I need the dull color with the little bit of white to help to establish. I'm going to put a little bit of blue in there too, to help to establish a solid um, color differentiation and to cover up some of my sketch lines from the beginning of my piece. But I'll come back to it and refine it then. So that's nice. That's giving that, a nice defined shape. I'm going to take a little bit of medium and my glaze brush or my rough brush and just kind of rough that shape up a little bit. And that's pretty nice. So, just going to keep doing that. See that I have some deep shadows over here that I've missed. So I'll need to come back to those. But probably not until I let this section dry, because again, I'd rather paint over something that's dry, that wasn't quite accurate, than to go in and make a mess of it while it's still wet. So I'm just going to let that dry. Just going to try to, again, take a little bit of medium on this brush, soften that edge a little bit. And this is one of those places where I said earlier that I completely missed. So we're just going to try to define that. in a rough way. That's pretty good. Sometimes too you can soften the edges in a transition area by using um, sometimes just white, and sometimes white mixed with whatever the adjacent color family is. But we'll have to see how that goes. So let's just check this out right side up. Yeah, that's starting to get there. All right, so I'm gonna go over here. The first thing that I ever made, I will say, glow in a painting was in one of the baseball stadium paintings that I did, the baseball concession areas, and it was a neon sign for Budweiser, I think, and it was just a bee. But I did it in such a way, it was one of the first times, this was back in 2012, it was one of the first times that I really started to understand how to use colors to give the illusion of something glowing, of some sense of depth. And so that probably is still one of my most successful attempts to make something truly glow. I guess it's the only time I really ever painted a neon sign, so maybe that's why I think so. But it was quite convincing. So I'm really starting to get, not perfect now, that's not the goal, but just a little bit more of a sense of depth and direction and realism. And that's all it is. It's just a gradual building up of things. Sometimes I've had people ask me, like, geez, I'd love to see a time lapse of you paint. And I'm just like, well, I suppose I would need a lot better technology to be able to do that, because um, especially for some of the ones that are really, really time consuming, that's a lot of hours of recording. So, what I try to do, if you go on my social media pages, is I try to simply put clips, and sometimes I will string the clips together, and so you can see how something goes from beginning to end. But I don't know if everybody needs to see, the entirety of the painting. Now, I suppose for a lot of this, I'm going to be painting beyond the hours that I'm streaming on Twitch, but you will see, things really substantially go from one point to another in real time if you hang out on my Twitch streams. So I suppose that's the closest I can get to that now. Another thing that, I've had a number of people ask over the years is, how do you figure out what you want to paint? And I told the story earlier, about how I came to paint at food, how I arrived at that. But, also, like, what style do you want to paint in? And there was a really important, quote that I remember, and now I'm going to botch it. But when I interviewed an artist years ago, and his name is Kent Williams, and he's brilliant. And I asked him something. He has a very unique style, and he said that it's it's simply an evolution of the artistic voice. You don't just inherently go out and say, well, that's the style that I want to paint in. And at the time, I was far less experienced, and I didn't really quite understand what he meant by that. But now I think with almost 12 years as a professional painter under my belt, I get it. I understand because this way that I paint that I've been describing here this afternoon, that is all me. This if you if you truly arrive, and I hope that at some point that I can say as much, but if you truly arrive at a point where your artistic voice is very clear, then you should be able to be recognized, at least by some, by your painting without seeing a signature, right? I mean, you should be able to look at something and say, oh, that's by so and so. And I suppose that is part of the goal of every artist, to some extent, is to be able to have a clear enough voice that you are able to be recognized, not just by your subject, but by the actual way that you apply the paint, if that makes sense. But it's something we all aspire to, right? Something we try to work on. I'm gonna move on here, and I am gonna go back and try to fix some of these shadow areas that I can see here, in here, and here, and here, to try to darken those up a bit, um, to make them a little bit more accurate, and again, give me a better basis for where I want to go. So I'm gonna mix up my warm color palette here. Get a little more blue in there. All right, let's give that a shot and see. A little bit more blue. All right. So again, we're just kind of laying out our base shapes. Sometimes when I do put those clips together of a painting, I feel like the the last half of the painting, um, in video clips, tends to look kind of boring, because if you just glance at it, it looks very much similar, I'll say, from clip to clip. In person, I don't think that that's the case. I work through the details a lot, but I will often skip adding some of those clips because I think that they look a little too similar-ish, at least for the 30 seconds that they're posted on a social media page. People's attention spans are quite short, right? So nobody wants to sit through something that looks substantially similar in you know, 5 or 6 different photos. One is sufficient to show a particular stage of a painting. I'm just trying to pick out some of those areas where I feel like either I missed the shadows completely or I simply just haven't gone in with any layers to really define them yet. And the shadows on the caramel is what I'm referring to, too, for the most part anyway. So we're really starting to get those pretty defined. Again, in a very rough sense, but defined enough for me to continue to work on them. Let's try a little bit in here. And I'm pretty sure at this point that I'm going to, in order to push this caramel in particular, I need more information. So I need more information from the vanilla area, and I'm probably going to have to flip it upside down. So at this point, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move in for a little bit. I do get a little scattered when I do this, I suppose. But I'm going to move in for a little bit on the pretzels, and I'm going to try to just put a layer of paint on the pretzels. And then I'm probably going to go down to the cone. So let's see here. Let's start up here. So right now, I mentioned that I try to work from warm to cool, at least in terms of my color palette. And so that takes a gradual transition. So what I'm going to do here first is I'm still going to keep with my warm colors, even though I'm going to go into this middle area. But I've lightened them a bit. And I'm just going to try to lay down a little bit of base color, which I will come back and refine. But sometimes it's just about getting like enough paint down to have something to work with. So it's not going to be accurate. It's not going to be the final color that I need, but it is what I need next. gonna keep going with that. Some people can, um, and it depends on the kind of painting that you do. I would say mine is, I don't want to use the term heavy-handed, but I like to have a substantial amount of paint everywhere, and then and build up the colors over top of each other. I don't leave typically white space and just glaze over that to let that peek through. You can do that, uh, but it's just not the way that I paint. Sometimes I will do it if I need it for very strong highlights. I might go in and actually just paint white and let that dry and then glaze over it with a particular highlight. But but for the most part, I don't do that because I feel like for mine everything is very, I really want things to look very dimensional, and usually that effort kind of falls flat for me. So so we're just gonna continue on with the pretzels for a little bit, and then I think we'll work on the cone. I think that's when things start to really pop for me, and for you, hopefully. It's when they start to, um, it's when they start to really take on some form where you're like, oh, okay, I see. Now I understand. So this has, I think, a little too much blue in it, and so it's making this color a little bit mucky from my point of view. So I'm just going to take most of it off. I don't really like that one. I think I added a little bit too much blue. I really want to stick more with the red and the yellow. So I'm just going to add a little more of that to my mix. It's very easy to dull out your colors. One color that I never use when I paint is black. So um, I will say very, very rarely do I ever use black, and I don't ever mix it in to my colors. I use this very dark blue, which I refer to as, or which is called Payne's Gray, and sometimes I make my own black color when it's necessary using variations of various mixes, but usually Payne's Gray with a burnt umber or a burnt sienna, something like that. Those will make a really dark black color, but in terms of how I tint the colors, I just don't use black. A lot of traditional painters do. Um, but it's just not, I think that for me it dulls everything down. I can mix everything that I want using this basic color palette over here, and I don't want things to appear to be too dark, because that's just not how real life is. So I want things to look like they have form and shape, and so that is why I do it that way. Only when I have really, really, really dark shadows in something uh, will I use even just this mix of the straight Payne's Gray mixed with a burnt umber or burnt sienna. one thing about me too is, these other paintings back here are not quite done. So I need somewhere between um, a half a day to a full day, maybe even 2 days on this one. And so I do dedicate a lot of time to them. And these three will pretty much be consisting of glazing. So just applying some dark glazes to the shadow areas. Let me show you here on this one. So when I get to this one, which maybe I'll save this one for Thursday when I come back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some dark colors and glaze over um, this chocolate area to make this a bit brighter here. So I say dark colors, but they're really not dark colors. We're going to make it more intense is the way I'm going to say it. I'm also going to create some greater shadows on all these little candy cane pieces that I have broken all over this. And then I'm going to pull out a lot more highlights. So this one might take a day or two, a full day or two. But yeah, if you check back on Thursday, let's save this one for Thursday. I'm going to hopefully be up from 2 to 6 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And so we'll try to finish this one and maybe this one as well, which this one needs less work, but again, it's mostly glazing to, like for the nuts, for example, I'm going to take some red and some yellow and glaze over top of them, and then I'm going to pull out a lot more highlights on the cone so that it looks a lot more dimensional, and a few other tweaks as well. But this one's pretty rough by comparison, so I'm probably going to spend my my days off of Twitch working on this one and get it to that final point. So, but right now I'm just trying to create some base colors for these pretzels that are on here so that I have something to work with. It's much easier for me if I have like a mid-tone across everything, where everything's kind of at, I don't know what you would call it, the average. Nothing's too intense, nothing's too light, nothing's too dark. And then once I have that base established, then I can go in and I can pull out the highlights and push back the shadows. That's just the way my brain works, I suppose. So I'm just mixing some red and some yellow with white and blue, and we're just trying to get something as a base color here that will allow me to come back and refine it a little bit later. Let's see, I think I missed this one here, and let's do this one down here. So this is just rough. That's how they all start. They all start pretty rough. But once I have kind of a, it's not even a thick layer of paint. I just don't want my panel peeking through. Again, everybody paints in a different way, but for me, I just want to have a substantial coverage of paint and then refine everything within the paint as opposed to relying on the panel peeking through my colors. I really don't care for that approach myself, but everybody's different, so please don't go by me. Do whatever is good for you. I'm going to show you here though, we're going to let that dry, and I'm going to show you here how I start to pull out the cone. So again, we put some darker shadows down here earlier, and I'm going to start to, you can see on my reference here that there's a lot more lighter colors. These kind of have like a yellowish tone almost. And so what I want to do is take it from here to something more like, and again, I'm still going to work on this, but something more like this here. This is much more refined here than here. So the way that I do that is I'm going to take this rough little brush here and I'm going to take some yellow. I'm running low on my yellow, so I might have to jump up and go grab some. I'm still going to take some of this warm red, which is a cadmium red, and I'm going to mix some white, and I'm going to take a little bit of, we're going to try phthalo blue, and I'm just going to try to get a color. This is not going to be the final color that I use, but I build this up in lots of layers. So we're going to apply this, we're going to let it dry, and then we're going to come back to it, and that's just the process. So I'm going to take my paint glaze, which again, every bit of my paint in my painting always has my glaze mixed into it. So this is just satin medium from Golden Acrylics. I don't mix water into the paint. And then I'm taking my rough brush, and I'm doing this because I don't want to apply brush strokes to this, because that's not real life, right? Ice cream cones have texture to them. So the way that I do that is I make like a stipple mark. And so there's glaze in here. It's kind of thinned out. We're just going to try it. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to come back and add some other color to it. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. So this, well, maybe a little bit of red. A little bit of red. Um, so this is just going to go in a stipple mark over a lot of this, and it will soften the edges and I'm trying to make this look a lot more realistic. Let's put a tiny bit more red in there and a tiny bit more white. A lot more realistic and convincing in terms of how those shapes interact with each other. So let's go in here. And what I've found in my painting experiments anyway, and you know what you paint, it's going to be different for everybody, right? But for me, I just don't do well with traditional brush strokes. I like to see all of the colors peeking through everything else. And so for me, this is the way that I think works best. It it makes it much more visually interesting, um, I think, to see, you know, and I'm going to show you close up here in a second. I'm going to take another sort of stiff brush with a little bit of glaze on it, and I'm just going to kind of soften this edge. So this still needs a lot of work, but I'm going to just show you real quick. This, to me, is much more visually interesting than if I were to um, try to make this just a solid shape, or even just one soft arced shape. There's all these colors from this dark underneath. It might still be hard to see on the screen. I am going to work on getting a better camera, by the way. But all these colors here peek through this top layer that I just put on there. And I'm going to put probably 2 or 3 more layers on top of that. And so it's going to gradually bring the shape of the object forward. So it's just a matter of bouncing back and forth and accepting the process, I guess. That it's not going to happen instantly, that it's not going to happen in one take, that you're going to have to, um, kind of visualize. It's hard because sometimes I, I will say not you, sometimes I will um, put something down and it's just straight up wrong. And it's okay to be wrong sometimes, but I can always fix it. But I try very hard to give myself the best direction that I can. So again, this is starting to take much more shape here, right in here. and it's starting to look really lovely. So I'm just going to trust the process. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to apply this as much as I can to soften the edges, try to create some visual interest, and then I'm going to let it dry. I'm not going over every part of it. I'm just going over the parts where I think that it gives me some base information. I'm going to let it dry, and then I'm going to come back and work on it again. So that, to me, when I started using acrylics, um, again, there wasn't much information out there. I felt like a lot of people, were trying to either use acrylics the way that they would with oils, or they were trying to use acrylics in a way that was, I felt like subpar to what it was capable of. So, I think that if you just have some patience, and that's again tough, right? We don't always have patience. But if you just have some patience for the process, then you can do some really interesting effects. And I find that acrylics is much more forgiving for me than oils ever were. Oils are beautiful and not conducive to my lifestyle. So I had to find a way to take what I loved about working with oils all those years ago and find how I could adapt it to acrylic. And for me, the thing that I did with oils, I liked working in layers, but working in layers meant huge drying times back in those days for me. And I was kind of obsessive. I would actually sand my layers of oil paint with sandpaper I would wet sand them to try to get them to be even. And I've saved most of those paintings. I will share them at some point on my stream. But they're beautiful, but they took forever. So again, not realistic, especially if you're trying to do this like as a vocation. Not realistic for me anyway to paint in that style with oils. So I have found that I just have to think of it differently. And then if I think of it differently, like I said, these are heavy body acrylics mixed with glazing medium. I don't use water for anything except for cleaning my brush. So if I do that and I have patience to let things dry in between the layers, then I got a spam call. If I do that, I will achieve a much greater sense of realism then. But like I said earlier, everything, if you're an artist of any kind, there are so many people out there painting and so much information, and it is really easy to get lost. And you sometimes just can't find, for me, I found it really hard to find the information that I needed to paint in the way that I wanted. So all I can say is, you can watch people paint. You can listen to what they say. You can read books. I still advocate reading books. I have a lot of really good art books over here on my shelf and some over there. Um, but then you just have to take what you feel is most applicable to you and experiment with it and kind of forget the rest, because if you let it burden you and beat you up, like that you are not um, that you're not as good as someone else, or someone else paints in a different way, why can't you paint in that way? And I have gone through all of those stages in my time as an artist. But if you let that burden you, you really won't progress. You really just have to kind of do your own thing. So I am happy to always answer questions and to share what I do. But ultimately, you have to just figure out what's going to work best for you and what you want to achieve with your art. So whether it's painting or drawing or some kind of crafting or baking or whatever, I think everybody is like that, right? That you just have to take in all the information and then you're going to tweak it and you're going to make it your own. So, like I said, I don't think anybody really, I'm sure people paint with aspects of how I paint, but I don't think there's really many people who paint exactly how I paint because my process is a little bit, it's different and it can be time consuming, especially depending on the subject. So the ice creams, like I said, these ones take me, if I if I really stay focused, which sometimes I don't, but if I really stay focused, then the ice cream paintings of this size, this is 16 by 12, and they're going to stay with these stark white backgrounds. But they will take me about a week, about 40-hour work week to finish one. Um, when I do the cookie paintings, which the trompe l'oeil cookie paintings, which are on my website, you can go check those out if you want, and I will show some of them soon. But those are more time consuming because they're a lot more detailed, and they also don't have this. They have some white space around them, but they don't have a lot. So, they take me a lot more time. And the most time consuming one was that giant gingerbread neighborhood that I painted. And you can go see that on my website. It's pretty cool. So I would love for you to check it out. But it was 4 feet by 3 feet. I built a real life gingerbread model for it. And it has 5 buildings, um, and then a bunch of animals and trees and all things that I built out of food. And then I painted essentially a well, I painted a trompe l'oeil version, so it looked like it's 3-dimensional, but it is not. So I painted this, and it took me about 400 hours. So that is a long time. That is a long time and a lot of hours to dedicate to something, but I don't know how else to say it except that I was driven. I really felt that those pieces were important in some way. And yeah, so no regrets. I definitely felt driven to do it. All right, so I'm just going to share this in a minute because this was a good color choice to do for this first layer, or not first layer, the third layer, I suppose, of paint on here. And what it's done is just to help me build up a little bit more dimension and soften my transitions. And again, when I mess up, I'm just going to take one of my extra brushes, put it in a little bit of glazing medium, and just wipe it off. I don't use water because that will ultimately mess things up in my painting. So I always try to use painting medium to clean things up when I mess it up. But this is really starting to take on a lot more shape than it had 15 minutes ago. So, and again, what I'm going to do is simply let it dry. You have to have the patience to let it dry. The medium does make the paint, because acrylic dries really fast typically, within a couple minutes, if not sooner. But the medium does make it take a bit longer than that. So the worst thing you can do is to try to go into an area and work over it before it is actually dry, because not only will you lift the paint, you'll actually just make a mess because it won't lift it evenly. Parts of it will be dry, parts of it will be, tacky. And so if you try to go in, you'll end up with, and I've done it before, you'll end up with this very blotchy, heavy-handed looking thing. So again, just to soften these areas, I am taking another brush. I only use the water to clean my brushes. I take another brush, put it in a little bit of medium, and then I go in and I try to soften the transitions there. And that is quite nice there. Starting to take a little bit of shape. So many years ago, fun story, I was the editor of a small art magazine, and I got to spend my days looking at art and talking to artists. And that was really, for me, I'll say I went to art school and I came out a pretty crappy artist. Um, and so I did some other things in my life. I did do some art jobs, but I didn't really have a direction. And I can look back now and I can think that really all I was trying to do was please my teachers and, get good grades in my art classes. And I didn't really have um, any idea of what my voice, if you want to call it that, what my voice as an artist was. And when I worked at the magazine, um, I treated it, I was very, I was very lucky because I treated it like I was given the opportunity to basically call up all the greatest artists in the country and talk to them and ask them questions about how they arrived at what they were doing, how they arrived professionally, and how they arrived creatively at what they were doing. So that was um, kind of amazing. And I remember one particular artist, and he was younger and he had achieved representation in a gallery, and he had been on a very prestigious program that was um, part of like the Hudson River School, was like a newer version of that where they actually took land. He was a landscape painter and he painted oceans, and he was was given this opportunity to paint um, with this new version of the Hudson River School. I don't remember what the training program was called, but he they were actually they did it old school. They would send them out to essentially do sketches, color sketches. They were not allowed to photograph anything as references. You had to do color sketches and then go back and produce full paintings from your sketches based on, what your observations were, which is what, old school Hudson River School painters painted like. And so he's a brilliant painter, but I remember him saying that and this shows you how long ago this was, that he was watching, sometimes we artists, we watch movies or listen to music or whatever while we paint. But he was watching the Muhammad Ali movie, um, and he realized that he loved being an artist so much that he was going to fight for it, and that it meant that much to him. And I always remembered that quote from him, that he loved it so much that he was going to fight for it. And I think when you love something, um, whatever your passions are, that if you really want to do them, you're going to have to fight for it, right? You're going to have to accept that you're going to have to push your skills, you're going to have to push your time, you're going to have to be um, better than you thought you could ever be. And so I try really hard to just keep that in mind and push myself every day to keep learning, to keep trying to push the boundaries of what I can paint. I think that if you don't take risks, then it's not worth doing, right? If I didn't do the other body of work that I have going, the cookie paintings, then it's really not worth doing. It has to be something that continuously pushes you beyond your comfort zone. I think that's what all creative endeavors are like. So, I'm going to show you here just, again, we're a long way from being done, but just how much better this is starting to look here already. Just putting that glazed layer on that is a mixture of the yellow, the cadmium red, and the blue, and a little bit of white. And so I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to come back to it. And right now, I think I'm just going to go ahead and bounce up to the ice cream again. So I'm going to clean off my brush. And again, I feel that building paintings, realistic paintings, for me, I said earlier, it's like a puzzle, um, because I'm trying to essentially, just like you build the border of the puzzle first, and then you have some basis to go off of for how to put all those other pieces in. That's what I try to do at this stage of a painting. So this is very rough compared to these. These are a little bit closer to being near completion, but this is my puzzle border. This is me picking out all of these shapes and figuring out exactly what direction I need to go. So I'm going to take the yellow and the white and a little tinge of this phthalo blue, a little bit more white. So it's just tinted slightly. And I'm going to go in and I'm just trying to give myself some more visual information by pulling out some more highlights, because I started with this really warm tone for my ice cream, right? So I'm just trying to go in, give myself a little bit more information. And that helps me to figure out what the next stage is. And again, because all of these layers are translucent, they all peek through one another. So I'm not really covering anything up. What it does is it helps to make things brighter in some areas, at least when doing these highlights, and then some softer transitions in some of these other areas. So this is just the way it goes for me. I'm just going to spend, some time building this up again, and then that'll bounce me back to something else. Um, the more information that I have, I'm just not the kind to go in and finish. I mean, I could say, like, I'm going to go in and finish all the ice cream today, right? But it's just not, it's not going to be conducive to my process. It's just, um, I need to do a little bit on the ice cream, and then I'll go back and I'll do a little bit on the caramel, and then I'll go back and do a little bit on the pretzels, and then I'll go back and I'll do a little bit on the cone, and then eventually it'll all come together. But it is starting to take, you know, again, not perfect, but it is starting to take some shape in certain areas. And by the way, I mentioned, a little bit ago that I used to work as the editor for a small art magazine. So I'm going to tell you a funny story about how I got that job, which is I I had been out of school for several years. I had held some non-art jobs. I really wanted to work in the arts, but I didn't know what to do. And I was not ready to be an artist. I just wasn't capable. Um, and so I started Googling art magazines, and I just happened to find one that was in my geographic area. And so I emailed them. I emailed them and I told them I wanted a job, essentially. And they said, sure. They actually said that they had, well, they interviewed me. They said, well, we don't actually just posted for uh, an assistant editor. Would you come in and interview? And so I did. And I got that job. And yeah, like anything, it's always going to have its ups and downs. But eventually, I became the editor of that magazine, and it was a great experience. It was different. It um, gave me a lot of experience uh, at learning to talk to people about art, and learning to manage business, um, and uh, just again, like I always had this in the back of my head. Someday I want to be a painter, right? Someday I want to be a painter. And so it gave me a chance to learn how other people did that, the different paths. And there were always different paths, different paths that people would take. Some people made their livings, and this was a long time ago, but some people made their livings just through galleries. Some people made their livings just online. Some went to art festivals. I mean, the means haven't really, the mediums through which you sell, you might have different social media platforms and so forth now, but really it's the same art world that it always kind of was. I would say there's more people who can work independently now, but the general approach is very similar. So I really wanted to learn how people learned to paint better. That was still something that really eluded me. And that just took a long time to learn. Beyond the magazine, it took a long time to learn how I could be a better painter. And I'm still learning, and I will learn for the rest of my life. would say this is really, I'm pretty pleased overall with, even though this again is far away from completion, I'm pretty pleased overall with how much visual information we got up here today. So, just taking a little bit of that white and yellow and blue, and then, just trying to kind of neutralize that warm color that's underneath here so that it starts to take shape a little more. And then, I'm going to come back and I'm going to work on it again. So this won't be the final paint layer by any means on these lighter areas, but it is a good start. I think I'm going to flip this upside down, which helps me to see it more objectively. And I'm going to paint it that way for a little while. Let's just do a little bit more here. A little bit more down here. I think that every ice cream cone that I have painted, and I have painted probably well over 100, but I like to think that every one of them has their own very unique personality. So each one has their own little drips, their own little, you know, complexities. I don't think of it as, the cold photorealism, um, in which you're supposed to remove yourself as the artist from the work. I very much think these have, I try to infuse some emotional, nostalgic thing in every one of them. So, so no two will ever be the same. I don't replicate the paintings, whatever I get out of one reference photo. Sometimes I use some photos from the same photography session, but I never replicate the painting. So it is very unique. just gonna take that back a little bit. All right, let's flip it. Okay. And I'm just going to take one more quick break, and then I'll come back to finish this, okay? Okay, I am back, and we're just going to do a little bit more. Just want to try to get a little bit more of this white layer done. Truly white, but so it's got just a little bit of the yellow and a tiny bit of the phthalo blue. And just going to put another glaze on here. Just helps to refine the shapes a little bit more for me. I feel like once I do that, and again, I'm probably going to come back to this on my my days off of Twitch, but it will give me a really good basis to go in and really try to um, get a heightened sense of realism with the caramel area and the pretzels. And then I have a nice base for my cone as well. So I really appreciate anybody who watched today, because this is my training wheels week, and I'm gonna try to figure this out. Hopefully, I entertain you a little bit, make you feel a little bit comfortable, a little bit relaxed, because I want this to be a very relaxing thing for everybody. And, just a nice, peaceful place. So, but I will keep working on things on my end, try to get the quality, as best it can be, maybe get a lapel mic at some point. And and hopefully just make some beautiful art at the same time. Like I said, I'm painting anyway, so I'm happy to let you into my studio here to hang out and watch. It's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to have to get some new photos this week too, because like I said, I'm doing these for the gallery. I want to finish them up, but I do have several gallons of ice cream in my freezer for the explicit purpose of painting. I like I said, I don't eat that much ice cream. um, I really want to paint that Haagen-Dazs though. I feel like it's calling my name. And that's really starting to, again, not perfect, but it's starting to come together here. Mhm. So I might do a little bit of work on the pretzels too, just while I'm here. Maybe a little bit on the caramel just before we call it a night. Let's see here. Sometimes it feels like I get lost in my glazes. Just keep going and going and going. here, a little bit over here. That thing is painting in the air before I actually touch the panel with the brush, and that's intentional, but boy, I am much more aware of it after today. All right, so let's just try before before we finish today. Let's just try to do a little bit more on the pretzels. Just see if we can get them a little more dimensional tonight. And we're going to do that really unique thing with the dual color wheel theory that I mentioned earlier. And I'm using a cool red, a cool blue, and my yellow mixed with some white. That really helps to bring this forward for me. A little bit more red in there, I think. I very rarely get things right on the first try. And so this won't, again, be the last layer of paint. This is just, again, kind of blocking in the next stage of the paint for me. So we're just trying to get this a little bit closer to where I want things to be. And then I'm going to go over it with probably just straight up reds and yellows, translucent, um, to get it to be the full-fledged color that I want it to be eventually. But tonight we're just going to get this nice base color that has this tint of the blue in it to kind of dull it down a little bit, and then we'll raise it up on another day. So again, I'm probably going to work on this a little bit on my off time from Twitch. But I doubt that I'll finish it before the next session. So again, I'm going to save probably this one till Thursday. We'll come back and finish this one on Thursday, and maybe one of these other ones over the weekend. So we're going to try signals working and technology and whatever. We're going to try to do this on Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, roughly from 2 to 6. We were a little behind today because we had some technological issues, and so I'm going a little bit late tonight, but I want to try to get in, you know, roughly 4 hours for each session. I think that's good training for me, and gives you guys enough time to enjoy the painting, see it make some progress in there. And I am gonna, when I finish up here tonight, I am going to um, start to make dinner, and I am going to probably head out to my garden, which I have a tiny garden outside with a few little trees and some containers. But I like it. It's a good excuse to get outside for a few minutes a day. So again, this isn't the final layer for any of these. It's just giving me a base to work off of that's a little bit closer to where I want to be. Add a little bit more yellow to this one just because it's in a little bit of a brighter area, probably because it's toward the front of the cone more so than these other pieces. All right, let's take a look at those. All right, well, it ain't perfect, but it is much better. I'm gonna try one more thing. Just gonna go in here with a little bit of yellow, a little bit of white. And I'm just gonna bring this out just a little bit. All right. So I think this gives us a really good working basis for the rest of the painting. And I am so glad that you guys joined me today. So thank you so much. We are going to close it out for the evening, and I will see you back here on Thursday, probably around 2 o'clock. So anyway, thanks so much. Have a good night.